when I clicked that start stream button. May have forgotten. Oopsie. I just immediately pushed the button. It was like, all right, let's start streaming. And I am definitely not ready. Let's see. All right, well, that's working. It's like you want to do something right off the bat, but you know you shouldn't, but you do it anyways. That's basically the synonymous way I can describe the effort I've just put into. Also put that down a little bit more. All right, I'm ready for realsies now. At least I hope I am. Good enough. Oop, yeah. Hello, it's Iron Skater, back for another stream. Hope everyone's doing well. I was like, I'm gonna probably change my title before we go back into things, but we're gonna continue off where we're gonna speak proper English first. We're going to continue where we left off yesterday. We're going to continue coding from the progress that we've made so far, which I'm gonna try to do a few more battles probably to start off, but other than that, I'd say same old. We attempted to get some experience with the I guess with one of the projects we were playing. Well, we'll explore together, but we tried pod racing, we did quite a few battles, and we did a couple of puzzles, which I'm gonna admit one of the puzzles should have been a lot easier than it was. But my brain don't think. My brain do not think. Oop. I'm just gonna get right into it. I do want to check one thing though. Okay. I was curious about the streaming aspect of the site because it will show when someone streams, but I need to see that pop up. Which it might take a little bit to register. It's interesting because it's new. I'm interested in how new it is. I did not properly make my bed. There we go. Let's pull down a few inches. Because you know what they say, a few inches make a difference. Anyways. Some people say that. Anyways, I'll stop there. Alright here. We've got quite a bit under our belt. And the next thing is to solve 2 medium puzzles. We can do quite a few more clashes, 37 more until we get to the next checkpoint. Or we can try to reach Bronze League in another game. And knowing myself, I'm probably not going to reach that in a bit. Because we did start with the deck building game. And we were trying to figure out... We picked our cards off of random aspects that I don't think are going to work well, but that's what we have for now. And then we were trying to perform attack. Well, we were first summoning cards, but then we need to perform attacks. To perform attacks, we need the opponent's cards information. So I need to figure out how to do that. Otherwise, let's just clash for a little bit. Get our coding fingers ready. Which I will go ahead and preface. I did play a little bit of this earlier this morning, but this is my main. And as I was playing a little bit, I started to get a bit more comfortable with just kind of like coding in general. There was a puzzle I couldn't figure out. I don't remember which one it is anymore, but I exceeded the time limit trying to figure out it wasn't the sum of numbers, but it had to do, I don't even remember what I had to do with. It was pretty complex from what I was expecting. And there's one person that got it immediately. I'm like, what the fuck? And no one else got it. Everyone got like 0%. They like quit early with the 0%, where they went into it and they tried to get as much as they could, but they couldn't get any of the puzzles. I think one person got 50% on that. I was like, dang, this one's actually pretty hard. Respectable. But yeah. I just want to see what we can get done today. And I do at least want to have a successful battle against the CPU with the deck building game. There's other ones we can check out. I did check out quite a few. There's a simulation one I was trying to get, but there's a problem I ran to it, which I don't get. I tried to Google the problem because there's an instance where I'm trying to print to console before everything has been read. So not all inputs are being accounted for, which leads to unexpected behavior. And I think to myself, why? Out of everything that comes out of it, why? And it might be due to an aspect of how fast it's trying to calculate everything. I'm just like, why is that an issue? Just read it in order. So I'll have to try more with it. But I don't think that's anything we'll be working with today anyways. Thankfully, but we'll see how it goes. Alright. 2, -1, 1, 0. Prime number, or prime is a natural number that are greater than -1 that is not a product of too small. Okay. Create a program that prints 1 if the number given as input is a prime number and 0 if it isn't. Okay. I've seen this before. Numbers 1, 2, or let I equal 0, I less than numbers.length plus, and then we're going to do this for let j equals 0, j less than square roots of j, and j plus plus. And I think I need to be able to forward that. No, that should be fine, because once we go over that, we'll be like, yeah, no, we can't do this anymore. If I should probably start outside, so we start with 2. If I should be actually doing numbers at j. Numbers I. Divided by j. Equal to math.floor numbers divided by j. Then it is a prime number. Or it is not a prime number, it's composite. And we want to print when a number. I'm trying to figure out how we want to do this. Okay, we need to space it out, and if it's a prime number, then and j not equal to numbers, which I don't think is possible to get there because 2 and 3 are going to automatically fail. 4 square root is 2, but that should be detected. So we don't need that. We'll come back to it soon. No one's gotten 100% just yet. String equal that if I not equal to numbers minus 1, that is what we're doing. Then string plus equal space. We need to let that be a new variable. And then we're going to add the number as a string. So that means 1 means prime, 0 means not prime. Oh, shit. Okay. If numbers at I less than 0, or technically I can just say less than 2, because 1's not a prime number either. String plus equal 0, and then continue. Or actually, instead of a continue, I'll say else here. Or, and I'm going to say or here, so we can say numbers at I is not equal to math dot floor numbers at I, meaning that it is not an integer. It is instead a decimal. Okay. Continue. I need to get these different loop things. Can we not declare loops? I thought we could with JavaScript. Zombie! Welcome on in, my dude. How's it going? There is a way to break out of an inner loop. We just looked this up yesterday. I thought it was a loop declaration. That was with a different language, wasn't it? Also, I'm not looking at chat right now because I am... I am looking at Google advice right now. And I'm doing pretty well. A little tired, but trying to get our gears running by some challenges. How are you doing? Don't waste your time. Only 9 minutes left. Yeah, not enough time for sure. I'm struggling, dude. Okay. If we don't break the inner loop, I want to be able to... Actually, can I put this in the next line? Yeah, that's fine. That's what I'm familiar with. So what I'm trying to do is, if we have a number that we determine to be composite, meaning that it is divisible by a one value, then that means... Okay, someone actually got 100%. Nice. And that means we can add a 0 to that string and break the inner loop. What happens if we don't get that scenario? An idea. Let is composite equal false, is composite equal true, and this is not the best way to do it. If is composite, if I can spell, we're gonna do a not composite, then string plus equal to 1. Congratulations, it is prime. I print nothing in the console. Console.log. Doing fine? Glad to hear, my dude. Hate working with math problems like this one. It's not too bad. I only say that because I've had to deal with this a few times. And that's why I have this solution here. I immediately thought, okay, you don't even have to go through all the numbers because you just take the square root of it and use that as the maximum. I want to see why this one's been a bit difficult for some people, but it doesn't matter. We got it all. I don't know. I like that one just because I know what to do with it. But yeah, I want to see what people did. Okay, yeah, they're okay. Dividing with the floor by 2, adding the 1 to it in the range. If n modulo I is equal to 0, return 0. Return n greater than 1. And I think that's actually a lot cleaner of a solution. So I do like that. You get A and B. So you're saying 1 if is prime else 0. 1 if is prime else 0. I actually like that solution. It's very elegant. It's missing something, and I want to know what it's missing. n greater than 1. Ah, you know what it's missing? It's missing the opportunity to test against decimals. I think that's what it is, because it only considers n greater than 1. That means n can be any sort of value. But we also floored the value of n here. Ah. Okay, never mind. We don't check for decimals, and I think that's what the issue was. But, yeah, I have a bachelor's degree in mathematics. That might explain why I like math a little bit. Now that you're out of the class, what do you say about different language earlier? Different language. What do you mean by different language? Are you talking about with the C++, how the one person finished the thing with 100%? I made a comment about that because the other scores I saw, because you see all the 75% and the 125%, and I was thinking, dang, there's something off about that. And I'm assuming the issue is just with the decimal check, because if I do this in as well, they use Python v3. They check to see if n is less than 0, return 0. Okay. They go from the range, they take n to the half power, aka the square root of, add 1 to it. If n modulus I is 0, return 0, return 1. The issue with this is they don't necessarily consider n if n is equal to 1, right? Is that what happens here? Because we take... Oh, actually that's gonna be fine anyways. No, they're missing the 1 scenario. Then also similar to the last one, I don't think they have the check for decimal. So I think it's just those two. But it looks like they didn't test primarily for the 1. Unless I'm just missing something. Which in that case... Well, they even have less than 0, so what if n is equal to 0? Because 0 is going to be divisible by any non-zero value. That's all good, my dude. Using a modulo is a good thing to do, yeah, and that's what should... Yeah. What... The one thing... Or not the one thing, but... Oh, I remember the problem I couldn't finish earlier. I'm gonna say this, and then we'll go back to the modulo, but... it was in terms of adding letters together to produce a new letter. All of the letters being capital, and I couldn't finish that one. I think the first example was A plus L is equal to M. I was like, how do you do that? Okay. You take the letters, you convert them to the modulus, the respective modulus, and then you want to make sure they are within the first 26. Capital A is 65 in ASCII, so you convert that first by subtracting the 65 as needed. And then you produce the sum by adding the first value and the second value, although A then becomes 0 instead of 1, so that's the one thing I didn't think of earlier. Now that makes sense, because A plus L is equal to M, which is just 1 plus, I don't know, I is 10, J, K, L. 13 is equal to 14. So, man, I just not considered that. Oh well. If I run into that problem, I now have a way to go about it. Using a modulo is good. Oh, sorry, you just said that. But yeah, going back to the modulo, I like how you can use it for determining values of letters using ASCII. And then, this is a good example, but determining even and odd is a pretty nice one. Xenia, welcome in. Congrats on first, my dude. How's it going? You know what I want to figure out, by the way? This is completely random. I had someone join the Discord server earlier, but then I think they immediately left. I don't know if they're still there or not. I'm gonna check. But I noticed I was like, wait, are they... Looks like they're not there anymore. But I was like, what the heck? Because they didn't even like, they didn't get the proper rules. I'm like, something's going on. So I'll never know the legend of Matt, whoever they may be. Yeah. We're doing some more coding. What up with the Xenia? We did math by calculating prime numbers. Xenia. Ooh, perfect timing. I like how they use that version of Robin Hood. Reverse mode. What the fuck? Creating a window. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So we have a default of 5, and then we add a new one to the side. So we have window width equal to 5 plus 2 times in. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 1, 2, 3. So we have let window height equal to 3 plus 2 times in. So maybe you joined the wrong server? Possibly. I don't know how, but possibly. That one's just very big. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 20, 23. So that's 10 times 2. So that's a different width than I was expecting, because is this a fucking happy birthday? Oh no, that's copywritten. I'm gonna have another fiasco from yesterday. Okay, so you have 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's actually the width of the squares inside that we're calculating. So we need to have 1, 2, 3. Well, technically we just need to have the bar height. And then we need to have the width of the full thing. Which and then we're trying to calculate against the added components. So we always add 3 to the width. Is that what's happening? 2 times n plus 3 for the width. Someone's already finished it and we're just contemplating the fucking problem. What the hell? Alright, fair enough. Okay. So this should actually be a 3 instead. And then the height, we're not going to consider the first row. But, that's fucking 2 people done with the problem. Nice. This should be a 1 instead, not a 3. Yeah. Alright, so for what I equals, what do we want to do? Function create top. We're gonna have a width. Let string equals this. Or let I equals 0, I less than string length. Plus. How many people already finished writing this? I want to see their code. I really want to see their code. There you go. String plus this little symbol. Create top bottom, doesn't matter which one. And then we create the... Oh, but there's a pane in the middle. Okay. Function create pane. So we need to go with width again. Width and then in. Or I'm just gonna keep it. The inputs need to have the match the number of rows and columns that contains dot. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to prepare these separate functions for. Because on the edge ones, let string equal that, and we're gonna do that once more at the end. For, let's see, I equals 0, I less than n, I equals plus, that, we're going to create a nested function, create bar, I'm just gonna pass string through. Why is that not a curly bracket? I swear. String equal create bar. There's probably a much more elegant solution to this. I could probably actually duplicate this to be two separate functions. So instead of with, what we're going to do, symbol 1, symbol 2. Boom. Actually, no, that's wrong. But we do have symbol 2 here. There we go. Sim 1. Return string. Now, we just do... I don't know. Create console.log. Create top, bottom. Do that a total of 2 times. Then we're going to create equals 0, I less than n, I plus plus. We're going to console.log. Create pane. And that's just going to be the... What is the symbol? Is that just a period? I'll just copy it as is. Period, and then the symbol in the middle is going to be the vertical bar. Like so. Then console.log, we do the same, where we create the pane. I should just call this create row. That's a more meaningful name. Probably not important to mention that now, but I'm going to anyways, because that's how I roll. Okay, hyphen, and then plus sign. That's better? Heck yeah. I got Zombie's approval. It did not like my solution. Because I didn't have the fucking methods created. I don't even need width, do I? Because I'll just do window heights, or window width. I don't even need heights. I know I'm giving you guys an implicit type of any. I never got rid of this console log. Whoops. That's okay. What am I missing? Undefined. Why is it undefined? Let's see. Create top bottom. We console log the create top bottom because we don't even return. I didn't change the log console log window. No, it's fine. That is a good point because I didn't notice it at first, and it had been just sitting there. Oh, and then I forgot to put this second part again. Whoopsies. Though that's not going to be a specific issue now. It's alluding to a separate issue found here because we don't create the bar a second time. So I duplicated that issue twice. Teehee. Okay, what is missing now? The function is still not defined at the bottom. Damn, I'm smart. And yes, that is right. I'm not gonna get first, so I'm gonna test these all thoroughly and make sure they all work. I'm expecting them to, but I'm still gonna do it anyways. As we can. Nice. Beautiful. And then we submit. Which I want to know how these people we're able to submit such great solutions so fast. And I'm also curious why it crosses out the word print. Oh, because it's fucking... It's JavaScript. Why are you using the print keyword? That's gonna print to the fucking screen, not the console. I'm surprised it works though. Okay, so that's how it used to work. So you do a repeat command on the string, 2 times n plus 3. Interesting. So the repeat command is what they can utilize instead of JavaScript. That's actually really nice to know, because I've run into a few different examples where I've wanted to repeat the same string over. Wow. Okay. Props. Python. They just do the same thing where they repeat the character, and then they just do a series of for loops beyond the range of the square elements, aka. Okay, that's elegant as well. Same thing here, just a little more compact. And then pretty much the same thing there as well. Okay. A bit messy compared to the third one. Ish, but it works. Alright, nice. I got a shit ton. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I got a shit ton of notifications I didn't. I'm opening my other browser. Voice. Speaking of which, Zombie, were you able to, were you the one talking about wanting to try to stream this? Did you get a chance to do that? And TV Josh, welcome on in, my dude. Where's the link? What link? Are you talking about this link right here to join the game? I'm trying to figure out. There you go. By the way, I'm trying to figure out if you join a clash at any time, are you able to immediately pop on in, or is it always varied rooms? So you have to be more careful as to when you pop into something. I'm curious. Okay, so you're gonna try it today? Maybe some code analysis and debugging. Ooh. I did read the DM you sent me. I don't know if you saw the response to that, but it was pretty interesting what you had there to say about what we were talking about yesterday. I don't know if I'll be able to attend or not, but in case I don't, I wish you the best of luck with the stream meeting. And don't forget to put into your title the CodinGames. It'll have instructions when you click this icon. But yeah. You'll get some visitors possibly. First mode. Oh, we are doing recursion. I forgot what this is called. Starts with a P, but I don't have time to remember what it is. Alright, so we're going to take the string console.log s.substring of s.length 2 equals 0. Then we're gonna do s divided by 2. Otherwise, we're gonna do zero. That's 4. S divided by 2. Semicolon, like a cherry on top. Palindrome. There we go. I probably fucked that up, but I should have tested the full thing. Make sure all links were covered for. Never mind, we're good. We're fine. What made this a little bit easier was we were always guaranteed a palindrome. If we had to check that it was a palindrome, then it'd be a lot more complex. But that was nice. Maybe simple presentation next week would be working seriously on a problem. Ooh, what kind of problems would you like to work on? Some kind of introduction for viewers, make some kind. Is this your first time streaming, by the way? Typically, which by the way, I will say out loud, just as a form of etiquette, talking about streams, other people's streams, especially your own, on other people's streams, is not a good idea. But since I'm asking about it, I want to know about it. So, yeah, free reign. Talk about what you're doing. Okay, so this person utilized a loop for CNS. If C not in res, res plus equals C. And I'm assuming this is response. And then the string is the input. And then, this is a bit faulty. So this would not always work. Because we're determining whether or not the character exists in the word itself. And if it doesn't, then... Or if it does, then we're not going to add it to the list. If we have a palindrome that has two letters together on one half of it, then this would fail. But since we don't have any examples on that, this is sufficient enough. Interesting, though. Okay. Using Scala. I have not worked with Scala before. Bot battles seem more interesting for viewers. Hey, whatever. This is my advice for streaming in general. This would be your first coding stream. Nice. Okay, so you've been around the block, but just for streaming in general, my go-to with this kind of stuff is stream what you enjoy the most. If other people enjoy it too, awesome, and they'll flock to you. But if it's something that you want to do as well, and you're interested in trying, I think that's pretty awesome. So, yeah, that's really hype though. First coding stream. I think my first ever coding stream, I was working on creating Tetris through React. And that was, God, was that back in 2021? Damn, that was a while back. I used to be a VTuber, so I tried streaming, making an application as a VTuber, because that sounded pretty interesting. And, outside of what we've been doing yesterday and today, I would only just stream me working on an application through a website. That's all I've ever done. I could have tried Python through Pygame, but I haven't been confident enough to do that. A veteran? I wish. The only thing I have a veteran of is time, not efficiency or... I'm not that great of a streamer. I have a shit ton of... You saw yesterday's portion when I freaked out about the YouTube. Speaking of which, let me check that right now. Okay. We're not banned yet on YouTube. Good. So the context for that, for anyone that wasn't here yesterday, I thought I had safe music in the background I could play for just something to fill the space. I usually look up things that are DMCA free. And the music I've used for a long while, apparently once you get far enough into it, is copyrighted. And I didn't know that. So apparently my stream got blocked on YouTube while I was streaming. I was like, oh shit. So what we did instead was we pulled up a video of random knocking intervals. And I thought that was pretty funny. Overall. Oh shit, I want to look at the Scala solution. S.take, S.length plus 1 divided by 2. So it looks like take is Scala's version of a substring, which is pretty interesting. Nice. Focus on C# since the language is pretty easy to read for most humans. Yeah, I think that's pretty. At least that was not my first language ever, but that's the one that got me into the profession with C#. So yeah, I like it. Especially since it's strongly typed, it's object oriented. You could use it for video game development, which a lot of people, especially on Twitch, would be interested in. If any sort of coding. I think you got yourself a good language there. Thank you. Almost. Which one are you, TV Josh? And also, do you prefer Josh, TV? Do you have any preferred nicknames? The Scala one? Oh! This is you right here. You were the one that wrote Scala, which you had a similar approach to me then. You immediately just did everything online, and you just took a substring. Take just takes in chars or characters. Yeah. And I think that's a very clever solution as well. I think that was a very clever solution. Nice. Yeah, you're pretty close too. We're only off by 40 seconds, but I know timing on this website can be a little suspect sometimes. All right. I'm not going to post the code every single time, but if I see someone still playing in chat, then maybe I can do it and be like, yeah, go ahead and send me that. We'll do a few more of these for now as well, and then we'll switch to what we were working on yesterday. Or maybe some puzzles. Okay. So we're generating a sequence 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2. Down generate section by decrementing A down to 1. Okay. String equals this. I equals A, I greater than 1. Or 0. I plus plus. Minus minus. Definitely not fat fingering this. Alright. String plus equal I. And we'll be safe and say string. Then for let I equals 1, I less than equals B, I plus plus, string plus equal I to string, and then console.log string. That's one I like because there's no spaces you have to worry about. And you can just do it straightforward like that. Whether or not it's actually correct all the way, we're about to find out. Yep, I missed something. Damn. No! That's fine. This is the risk you take by doing an immediate test. Is like, alright, we're going for speed. I'm speedy. So that makes me wonder then, the nature of the problem is we want to increment from a starting number all the way to 1. And then we want to go from 1 to then decrementing first and then increment to the next series of numbers. So I need to think about that. What did we I wish I could see the original problem so I can think about this a bit, but I guess it's fair not to include it. So in case you run into it again, you can try again from there. I minus minus, I plus plus. We start from A. Then we go to B. Got another 50% on there. Interesting. What if it's a decimal value? Is that possible? Or if we have a negative value? Is that possible? So yeah, if that's a scenario then, if we have a negative input, or if I'm assuming because we're parsing int, they're not going to try to throw in an error such as a non-number value. But okay, since we parsed it int, we're not going to have any issues with negative values, with decimal values. But negative and 0 are still a concern. So that means if we have something that is less than, so let's say we start to 0, I is already less than or greater than 0, so we do nothing. Does that mean we have to default print to a 1? Is that maybe what the scenario is? Nice. Will you share your code? I want to see. They did not share their code. Okay, we got 2 people that got it 100% correct though. Okay. Nice job, Josh. Let's see. Back in Scala. If A is less than 1, or A is greater than 9, or B is less than 1, or B is greater than 9, we print the value. Else, we increment. A to 1 by negative 1, 1 to B string. convert the value to a string. Since I'm not familiar with Scala, and the syntax seems quite unique, at least to my experience, A to 1 seems to be a loop operation. By -1 seems to be the incrementation, so -1 would decrease. And that's the first half of it. And then it makes some kind of end sequence. Okay. And then the double plus just adds another operation to that loop after we perform the first loop. And then make string just converts it to a string. What does print line at 0 mean? Is that just printing the 0 value, or is that presenting a separate value? I'm assuming it's just 0, but it makes me curious. I don't want to end on a loss. And by loss, I mean score of less than 100%. So I'll keep on doing these until we get one more one, and then we'll switch to something else. But that is interesting. It concatenates two sequence type things. If A and B are... Okay, so there was a limitation to A and B. That's why. I understand. Damn. I just went right into it. It was like, yeah, as easy as that. But no, it was deceptive. I fell for the trap, but I wasn't the only one. So I don't feel too bad. Also, this one's alright, so sorry, Josh. I'll do another one if I get this one. Concatenate their difference, product, and sum, then convert the result into an integer. Okay, so to their product, their difference, product, and sum. Okay, we can get that. String. Let's do string plus equal. Actually, I don't even have to do this. It's just console.log. I'm going to start with their a minus b, and then a times b, and then a plus b. Semicolon, because I like that. Check again. I don't think I will. Aha! We have found an error. Because if we have a 0 value, then we want to get rid of that trailing. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. We're gonna console log string, but we're gonna say if while string 0 is equal to 0, we're going to string not shift. I can't shift on... Actually, we'll just take substring. Nothing? And string.length is greater than 1. That should fix it. Okay. Check these once more. Because I've already been beaten by 2 people at least, so. Alright. I'm confident. I want to see what this person did right here. Okay, they just did the exact same thing, where they just print the immediate results. And they don't consider the leading zeros. Okay. Unfortunate. But I fell for the same trick, and then I redid. I did redid. Also, gone for... Can't think of words right now. Also gone for 100%, but at least have a chance to have people join in if they'd like. What's funny is I wasn't planning to stream this early, by the way. I was gonna go out and mow once we hit a certain time. And then I was like, yeah, let's do it. But then it rained. So I was like, oh shit, now I can't mow. Rather you don't want to mow inside. Okay. So we're looking for the distance, right? I saw the Pythagorean triple. I'm just gonna try the Pythagorean triple. And math that square roots of math.how of x 2 plus math.how x of h2. And it's complaining about me missing a parentheses. That is a valid complaint. What rounding are we required to do? Round down? Okay, so we need a full operation. Nice. We barely got it by 1 in 3 seconds. Wow. That's amazing. Okay, we got a one-liner. We just take a floor of the square root of the Pythagorean theorem, which we solve for the distance. We have the 2 legs of the right triangle. We just need to solve for the hypotenuse distance. And yeah, here is the same thing. Math that square root. You put an int cast, so that makes sense. Very, very well done. Very well done. Nice. I'd say that went pretty well. I'm pretty happy with where we got. And we have 19 out of 50. I don't know if that'll increase once the other clash is finished, but we've got some progress on that. And I could probably do a good portion of a stream just to get through that, but I'm gonna move on to algorithms next and try not to regret. I've been working on algorithms, and I'm gonna do something wrong. I can already tell. Backtracking sounds kind of interesting, actually. 3D algorithms, sets and tries. The word memoization scares me. I still don't know how to explain memoization. Now, I've looked it up countless times, and I still don't know. I actually don't know what it is off the top of my head. Binary search and intervals. Okay. This was the Batman example, which I hated. I'm gonna put it on my head. It is time. I have very lovely neighbors, so out their lovely sounds. Lovely sounds. There we go. Alright. So in this example, we're trying to go to the window. So that's Batman right there. Or whoever is supposed to represent that character. I'm going to say Batman. And we're trying to leap to the correct place. So it looks pretty funky. But building has 100 windows. You have 6 jumps to find the bombs. You start at position 2, 5. So 2 is the horizontal, 5 is the vertical. So Batman decides to go upright, and 2, 5 is where we determine where the hostages are. So we're gonna jump to window. Oh, okay. So we determined the size is 10 by 10. We have a total of 6 jumps, and then starting position is 2,5. So we have the first turn's input right here, bomb direction. We see it's upright. So since it is upright, we have the square, and we're going to try to jump to a random path within this square. Since this is tagged as binary search, I'm going to take the average and look for the middle point. Then it's going to tell us where the bomb is located. Oh, okay. When I read this the first time, I couldn't figure out what was going on, but seeing the examples now makes a lot of sense. Okay. So we have bomb direction. Let's see. If, and we're gonna do I want to do a switch case, but we can go up, down, left, and right. We can have combinations of those for 8 cardinal directions. I don't want to hard code all 8 cardinal directions. If bomb direction includes up, and we'll just do it like this. Else, if bomb direction dot includes down. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna interrupt my thought process. I do not want to. There we go. I don't want to listen to birthday music. I'll just make sure that we don't go too far into this playlist, and I'll just kind of back it up. Because the earlier songs are fine. Excuse me. So we have our 4 scenarios because we can go in 8 cardinal directions, and we can probably do a combination of the 2. Oh, got it. Range. I am going to perform a range check. Let range, and I'm going to say domain and range because they're X and Y coordinate specific, equal, and we're going to choose the X0, which is the starting position, and X0, which is the starting position. We're just gonna stick with this, and then we'll scratch our heads and be like, all right, this doesn't look right. Because it doesn't look right now, but it's a starting point. Got it. I know what to do. So instead of starting where we're at, we're going to say well, we're just gonna copy and paste. And the domain is gonna be the full board, so it's gonna be the width -1. So that's with the building. And then we're gonna say 0 height -1 for the building. And when we have an inclusion of a specific value, we're going to limit the domain and range depending on what is visible. So let's say we go up. That means anything on our level and below us is no longer viable. So domain range is going to be equal to 0, comma y0 minus 1. Or range, if we do have to go down, is going to be equal to y0, right, plus 1, and then width minus 1. Or sorry, height minus 1. Then we do the same thing for going right and left. And we say, okay, if we need to go to right, then that means that the bomb has to be a greater domain value. And we're going to say x0 plus 1. And then, I don't know why I keep getting pings. I haven't figured that out yet. Width minus 1. If you go left instead, domain is equal to 0, comma, width minus 1. Sorry, x0 minus 1. Here's the kicker. If we find out that we have to traverse a separate direction, then that means these widths and heights are no longer there. So I'm going to instead say, let current width be the width of W, and current height equal the current the original height started. And then we're, instead of height here, we're going to say current height right here. And then we'll do the same thing with the domain with the current width. But that should take care of the current height scenario. And then we're going to say current height is equal to current height minus, no, that's only going to be a width. So this is where the hard part comes in. How do we determine the remaining width? So we go right here and we see that to the edge of the building, we have the total width of 6 and the total height of 4, which we just subtract the current position. Because we have to change current height in both scenarios. Alright. Take care, Zombie. Thanks for stopping by, and best of luck on your stream, my dude. Hope all goes well. Yeah, thanks for swinging by. But we're still going to do the same thing on current width. I just don't know in what regard yet. Just yet. But so in this case, going against 0 seems to be the appropriate choice. This is tough. This is tough to think about. Okay, let's run a scenario. What changes in these scenarios? So right now I can say current height is just y0 minus 0 minus 1 minus 0, which is just y0 minus 1. Or we can say current height minus 1 minus y0 plus 1. All right. Because when we use this example, we're going to say, all right, we're just going to focus on up instead of just upright. On up, we're at 5, so that's a total width, or sorry, height of 5. So that means 0 to y0, which would be 4. It'd be from 0 to 4 would be our new range. And then the current height would have to be 5 minus 1 minus 0, which is equal to 4. Let's say we go down instead, and let's say we go to 6 through 9. Then at y0, that starts with 6. Current height is 10 minus 1 is 9. So we have 9 minus y0 plus 1, which is 6, which is equal to 3. But that's not correct, because that should instead be from 6 to 9, which should have a total height of 4 blocks. So y0 plus 1. Maybe I just take out current height here, and then we do it like this. And that should take care of it. So that's the very specific scenario in which we do not integrate the current height and width. But what do we do with this height instead? Got it. Y0? We're gonna switch these two. Are we? Y0 minus 1 minus some value, which involves current height. I could probably make this a lot easier, and I think I'm going to have to think outside the box with this one. It's a binary search, and when we induce a binary search, usually we can take the half of values and just minimize from that. So we start at the middle of the board, whatever we'd want to determine to be in the middle. Yeah, I didn't make this way too complex. So I'm just going to delete all of these. I'm going to say domain and range is just going to have each time until we have what we need. So domain, if we have to go up, that means domain equals domain at 0, and then y0. Otherwise, domain equals y0 plus 1. I should do minus 1 here. And then domain of 1. So that way it remains constant. We remain in the same place, except for this should be range. But we still got it. We still got what we need. Otherwise, we just do the same thing where I need to change these to range. I'm just going to copy this as is. If we go to the right, we need to increase, and then we'll just do x0 and domain. Domain. Beautiful. So that's what we do. Once we determine the given domain and range, we're then going to find the average of the two values and jump to that coordinate. Which I'm gonna say this extensively. So x average domain of 0 plus domain 1 divided by 2. And I'm also going to use a floor function. It doesn't matter if we use floor or ceiling because we'll eventually get to what we need to. I'm going to stick with floor function. And then I'm going to do the same thing with the range. Call it the y average. And then we go to range. Like so. And then we print to console. X and Y's average. So this should work. Keyword should, but usually there's an issue when we try this, and we're probably going to run into an issue as we start. Interesting. So 2, 3, we find the average to be 3, 5. We should not be repeating 3, 5 over and over again. It should instead be what if I need to take the ceiling? That's not going to change anything, is it? But it should be following to then find the average and go close to that. Yeah, nothing changes there. Interesting. So we start at 2, 3. We're going to take the domain and range. Find out the console with those. We're setting the domain and range to the immediate value. We have 3, 3, 4, 7. The domain is 3, 3. Okay. Why is the domain 3, 3? Let's calculate the domain and range here. Okay. So we start with 0 to 3 and 0 to 7. That is good. Then we see we have 3, 3 and 4, 7. Okay, so 3, 3 means that we found the appropriate place we need to go to. Awesome. So we have 4, 7. So we go to 3, 6. I see. So, because it does this as a result, then I need to determine how do we get to the edge? Because it should just be calculating us a new series of domain and range. In this case, just the range. Yeah, because we're taking the x0 and y0. Ah. Got it. Because we're always comparing against x0 and y0, not the current x and y values. Let x equal x0, let y equals y0. Got it. I should give these a more descriptive name, saying current x and current y. I will. If I can spell the word current correctly. Beautiful. Then we can calculate the values of the current x and the current y as x and y. Then we print out the current x and the current y. So let's try it again. There's something that's still going to be missing from this, but we will approach that when we get there. Never mind, we're good there. Okay, we're going above, but that's not necessarily an issue. Okay. Never mind, so far so good. Nice. Beautiful. Nice. We barely got that one. And I do like that they consider the use of a ceiling or floor function to give us a bit more leeway. But I'd say we're pretty good. A couple of comments to make our code a little bit more descriptive. I did not test the changes of the removed console and the comments. Correct. Beautiful. All right, that wasn't too bad. Not bad at all. Wish that did not contribute to the count. So we'll have to do another clash at some point. Alright, let's do another one. There is no spoon. This one I clicked and I got scared of, so I'll do it. Oh! I remember this one. So what it is, we have a coordinate grid in which we have to find the nearest neighbor to the right and the nearest neighbor to the bottom. So let string equal empty. And let's see. We have the width and the height of the cells. And then we have the line. The line input is what? With characters. A dot represents an empty cell. Ah, okay. So this is what we're given. The zeros represent a grid cell, and a dot represents an empty cell. Okay, how do we want to do this? Let lines equal an empty array. Stop push the line in, so now we have a way to go about the lines. Okay. for let I equals 0, I less than length, I plus plus. And here's an interesting thing. If a neighbor has been counted once, or we start with a neighbor, we cannot retract to that neighbor. So 0, 0 has two neighbors here. One to its right, one to its bottom. But it does not have the same relationship with the neighbor to its right, which now says there's no neighbor to the left. Or rather, okay, no, never mind. That's how I originally thought of this problem when I did it the first time. Instead, it's looking for neighbors to the right and to the bottom, which it has none. Okay, just kidding. Just kidding. While let's see, we want to do for what? J equals 0, J less than lines dot length, I plus plus. Yeah, we can do that. We then say if lines at I, J equal to a 0, then we check for neighbors. I don't know what to do if there is no cell there. I think we just ignore it. So we'll just do the if and leave it at that. So we check for the right neighbor. And while I'm going to use a counter. Let counter equals 0. Can you come and do 1? Or let's do J plus 1. While counter is less than lines at I. Technically I can just do with. Right there. If got it. If I'm gonna name this an inner loop. Inner loop right. If lines at I, J plus 1, or J plus counter equal to 0. Console, or we're gonna add, I forgot to do the string, but string I and J, like so. But if we do see that we have a counter right here, want to say string plus equal I, and then we're going to say J plus counter. And then we're going to break inner loop right. If counter less than, if counter is greater than or equal to width. Oh, and we also need to increment counter to go bigger. But if we see that it is bigger than or equal to the width, which we do not want, then we know there's no neighbor to the right, so we can say, okay, string plus equal to 0, 0. I'm gonna add a space right there. Then we do the same thing, check for bottom neighbor. Inner loop bottom. I can call it down, but bottom. While counter, which I'm gonna reset to 0, or I'll do counter of I plus 1. So I am now noticing that the X coordinate goes horizontal, Y coordinate goes vertical. How are we extracting these? One to the right is going to be 1, 0. We'll do this and see how it prints. But I think this is wrong. But we're going to go full height instead of width. And then we're going to say... Okay. If lines at I plus counter j equal to 0, we're going to add a string I plus counter Now that I think about it, why am I doing j plus 1 and then adding j plus counter? It should just be 1 and 1. I didn't even think about that, to be honest. Okay. J, we'll do it just like that. And then we will break inner loop bottom, because we don't need to be in here anymore. Then if the counter is greater than or equal to the height, which now I need to do another comparison instead of just counter, it needs to be what? J plus counter. Then we just say string plus equal 0, 0. I could probably condense this to a function and use it twice. To do that, we would need a terminator to determine what value needs to be adjusted. I think that would be a bit more readable. Console.log string. But we need to do it inside because we do have the conditional check to make sure that we even have a node right there to check against. So when we do this, I'm expecting this to be wrong. 0, 0, 0, 1 and 1, 0. We expect the value to be 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1. So my immediate thought is, oh, well shit. Let's switch these two around. So that way we have it accurately portrayed. And it does work. You just have to give it a second. I was wrong, it does not work. Why is this the case? It does work against the first line. The second line is not calculated. Let's console.error lines. And then, once we do that, we can determine what the length of each line is, which we should be, at this example, just 2. So 0 and then 0. 0, 0, 0, period. Okay. Why do we stop at one node? Is it because we've calculated our string here? Let's see if that's the case. So just gonna do this real quick. And if it does calculate in each instance, then that tells us that the way that we're printing the console is the issue. The program did not provide one input line in due time. What does that mean? Alright, let's do a quick test. If we are able to enter this nested loop, then we should be fine. And we have entered it twice. Why did we fail? I'm just gonna go back to console logging stream because it seems to be a separate issue. But what is the issue is the question. In this case, only one node has been computed. Why? Okay. The value of lines.length should be 2. Which it is. So width, I'm assuming, is still fine because we have height right here. What is it that we're missing then? Okay, time to do something stupid. Console.error test shows us that we did not go inside the loop. And I should have probably done the IJ again, just to see what the coordinates were. Okay, we didn't even enter that, so that's not the issue. Why are we breaking? Console.error test, and this is just let's see where this is breaking at kind of scenario. Okay, so we didn't get that on the second term. I think I have an idea now. We're not able to get inside this. Okay, so that does tell us that we are not getting inside. What about for the first while? Okay, we did get inside that. So now we should be inside here. And I just realized this is incorrect. It should be -1 and -1. Which might be the reason why we're having the error. And if that is the reason, then that's gonna be pretty silly on my part. But that'll be good to know. Okay. That is not the answer. So we are going inside here. That's good to know. Okay. And then what else do we have? Are we getting to this point? Okay, yeah. We are getting to that point in which the error... Well, actually, hold on. This is interesting. We're only getting to the first point, and then the second point when we do this console error passes, but we're not getting here. If we put the same test before... I'm gonna get rid of that now. We're printing both test statements, which is good. When we put the test here, we're not hitting a test value a second time, only the first time. So this is where our error lies. Which we do have the inner loop right, and we have inner loop bottom. Those are spelled correctly. I plus counter is less than height. Lines I plus counter. J is equal to 0. I see the issue. It is not telling us that we are indefinitely looping, because I don't have a counter increment. That's why. And that works as anticipated. Nice. So we've got that done. We've got that figured out. But when we go on to the next example, something's a little strange here. Because we have an invalid node of 0, 2. I know the reason why is though. I forgot to change it here. Which begs the question, why did this not throw an error then? Oh. I guess it doesn't matter what order you go into them, as long as everything passes. Okay, square passed. T passed, diagonal passed, complex passed, and shuriken passed. Nice. Alright, maybe I was just kidding because I thought that I had an issue with something else. I guess we're good to go. Alright. I guess I did struggle on it because the order of the coordinates is what confused me when I first did this problem. And then I guess I thought I didn't finish it completely. I did. I just didn't know it. So, alright. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Nice. And this is participate with other developers in a code event to improve your skills. There's code events? Oh shit. There's code events. They're at 7 a.m. though. Oh no. Alright. Just press the button, we're good to go. I'm assuming next we just have to go onto the... Oh, never mind. Optimization! Oh no. Optimization and I do not go hand in hand. I will say that right off the bat. They do not go hand in hand. I haven't tried optimization before though, in this website. I did say I wanted to go back to the deck building game, but I'll go ahead. Oh no, don't find friends. No. We'll try this out. If I can't understand it, we'll try it another time. Destroy zombies quickly to earn points and make sure to keep the humans alive to get the highest score that you can manage. So you have a zone of 16,000 units width and 9,000 units high. You control a man named Ash wielding a gun that lets him kill any zombie within a certain range around him. Ash can be told to move to any point within the game zone by outputting a coordinate XY. The top left point is 0, 0. Each turn, Ash will move exactly 1,000 units towards the target coordinate or onto the target coordinates if he is less than 1,000 units away. The zombie within 2,000 units of Ash, he will zoot that zombie and destroy it. Okay. More details on the combat further down. Other humans will be present in the game zone but will not move. If zombies kill them all, shit, you lose the game and score 0 points. Okay. Each turn, every zombie will target the closest human, including Ash, and step 400 units towards them. If the zombie is less than 400 units away, the human is killed and the zombie moves onto their coordinate. 2 zombies may occupy the same coordinate. Okay. Zombies move towards targets. Ash moves towards his target. Any zombie within a 2,000 range or unit range around Ash is destroyed. Zombies eat any human they share coordinates with. Okay. And then you get points for killing zombies. Zombie is worth the number of humans still alive, squared, times 10, not including Ash. Okay, you use Fibonacci sequence to score for more zombies killed in the same round. You should kill the maximum amount of zombies during the same turn. Okay. If Ash or a zombie should land in a non-whole coordinate, that zombie is rounded down. Okay, so we floor it. So understand that as we move, we get to have attacks or just things we do on our own time within the space allotted. So that's where the range comes in and we can shoot zombies. Okay. So X, Y is the 2 spaces separated integers, which represent the coordinate of the character. Human count represents the amount of other humans still alive. 3 space separated integers, the unique ID of coordinates of a human. 1 integer zombie count, the amount of zombies left to destroy. And for each zombie, we have their ID, X and Y position, where they're going to be moving. Okay. Output for 1 game turn, we give the next destination coordinates to trying to get to where we need to go. Okay. And we need to keep it within 100 milliseconds response time. Interesting. So we're given the human amounts or characteristics. So we're moving exactly 1,000 units towards the target coordinate. Do we have the target coordinate? Because we have the coordinate of the character. Alright. What is the target? Target X and target Y, the coordinate you want your character to move towards. You may also... So, does this mean that we're trying to protect the humans and we're trying to kill zombies that might get close to them? So this implies that the humans will not move. Okay. So an immediate thought is, what if we move towards zombies that are closest to the humans? And then we lock on to the zombie specified. So this would probably be a little silly to do. let targeted zombie equal null. We'll say -1 actually. Alright. If targeted zombie ID is equal to -1, let's make a let human list equal empty. And then human list dot push an object with the human ID, human X value, and the human Y value. Okay, so we could do that to start things off. And then we're going to do the same for zombies. Let zombie list zombie list dot push, and we might not need all of this, but we'll have the zombie ID, zombie X, zombie Y, zombie X next, and zombie Y next. Okay, and we always reset this on the loop because they might change positions and we need to keep track of that. So if the target zombie ID is equal to -1, we're going to choose a zombie that is closest to a human. For let I equal 0, I less than zombie list dot length, I plus plus, and let's set a let I zombie ID equals -1. Let max, or let's minimum distance equal infinity, because we're definitely gonna get smaller than infinity. Okay, and then for let j equals 0, j less than human list dot length, j plus plus, capital L, capital L. So we have these two criteria. We're going to determine the distance between the zombie and human. Const distance equals zombie list, and we're gonna do math dot square root of zombie. I'm gonna make this a little bit easier to read actually. Of zombies, zombie list, and then we're gonna do const human of human list. We don't need to keep track of IDs because we have the zombie ID that we're given here. So we're going to do zombie.x, zombie.y. I'm not doing it like that actually. Math.how of zombie x minus zombie x minus human.human x. We're gonna square that plus zombie.zombie y minus human.human y. And I forgot to use the math.pow function, but we're going to ensure that we are keeping track of both scenarios. We're squaring them, and then we're going to add them together. We'll take the square root of that, and that is the distance. That is the diagonal distance. If distance is less than min distance, we're not only going to replace the min distance with distance, we're also going to set the zombie ID to zombie.zombie ID. So target the zombie closest to a human. This is probably gonna not work well, because if we have to travel really far across the map multiple times to save someone, then yeah. And then we're gonna set target zombie ID equal targeted zombie ID to zombie ID for the minimum distance between a zombie and a human. So that's a way we could start things out. Another approach is to determine the closest zombie to the character we play and try to go towards them. Okay. So now that we have the... Because one thing I don't understand is, will the zombies try to charge towards humans? Or... what is the behavior of a zombie? Zombies will move towards their targets. Okay. Good, good. Okay. So now that we know that we have a targeted zombie, I need to also determine that the zombie that we are targeting has been removed. So we need to calculate whether or not we're 2,000 units within the zombie space, which we'll do at some point. But for now, let's move towards the targeted zombie. Determine if the targeted zombie is within our radius. We'll do that soon. Let coordinates equal 0, 0. Doesn't matter what we start with. We'll just actually we'll just even just do that. Keep it an empty array. And then we can only move 1,000 units. Oh. I think we just say let coordinates equal okay, now I need to fetch an item to determine which zombie we get. So once we have the ID, I'm gonna Google this real quick because I forgot the exact syntax for this. If we even have an exact syntax for this. If not, we might just have to write some custom logic to find the correct object we need based on the ID. Okay. I'm thinking it has to be through the unique identifier of the object. And then we just write a custom loop for it. Which is not too bad, but you gotta do what you gotta do. For let I equals 0, I less than zombie list.length, I plus plus. Actually, I'll just even do a for again. For const zombie of zombie list. If zombie.zombie ID is equal to targeted zombie ID, we're going to move towards where the zombie is going. Coordinates is equal to zombie.zombie x next, zombie.zombie y next. So where it plans to go. And break. This is going to be the coordinate loop. if let distance, this is going to represent the distance between the player Ash and the zombie. Math.square root, math.pow, zombie.zombie x minus zombie.zombie y. That's wrong. I'm actually going to set the object of the target as zombie while we are here. So that way I can just easily pull it here. Targeted zombie dot zombie x minus r exposition for where we're going to be going. Ooh, that's a good question. I have a lazy solution to this. If, which means we're going to skip a level. We'll see if it's actually detrimental or not. If coordinates equal an empty array, we're going to continue. Yeah, we'll say length then. The length is equal to 0. Then we'll say continue. Because that means we now have to target a new zombie. Then we console log the coordinates. Like so. Let's see what happens. Whew. Why do that? I see the stream thingy in the top right. I was like, is someone else streaming this? I got lied to, and I hate it. Got duped. Anyways. Did not provide one input line in due time. We're just going to console log the... What is our current position again? That is... Let's see, X and Y are the... Okay, yeah, let's say X and Y. So that way at least we put in something. It's interesting that we don't move towards the zombie. So let's see, min distance and zombie ID. Something told me we're not hitting the correct zombie. Even though there's only one zombie in this scenario. 4,400. Oh. That was supposed to be an error, but that tells us everything though. Min distance is 4,499 and the zombie ID is undefined. Yeah. Console.error the zombie and human objects. So we can see what's going on. Okay. Interesting. So zombie object is defined zombie instead of zombie. So that's why. I misspelled the word zombie. There we go. Now we're moving. Boom! We have saved the survivor. Okay. I'm going to assume that we're not going to save the survivor every time. So if we have 2 zombies, that is a thick zombie. Oh shit. I meant to do 2 zombies. Nice, we saved one, but now we're stuck at the other. So they'll eventually come to us, but that could have gone a lot better. That could have gone a lot better for sure. So why did we get stuck? Console.error coordinates. So at least we see that we are kind of stuck there. I want to see what the zombie coordinate is. Console.error. Don't mess with coders. We just let one person die. I don't even know if we'll be able to save that second person, but okay. Zombie ID has been -1 to 0. Got an idea. Is zombie alive equals false if targeted zombie ID is equal to... I don't even need the targeted zombie ID anymore, do I? I'm just gonna take this here, and then we're just gonna go through the loop. Move the coordinate loop out, like so. Now we have our targeted zombie. Targeted zombie.zombie ID, like so. And maybe we'll put the loop here anyways. I could probably do it for both, but I guess we'll just be consistent. And just do that. So, if zombie... targeted zombie dot zombie ID is equal to zombie ID, is zombie alive is equal to true. And then that way, if is zombie alive, and we do a false check. So we're saying that if they're not alive, we didn't choose a new zombie. Alright, that should work. Keyword should, but we'll see what happens. Or it gives us an immediate error. On line 33, cannot read properties of null. Alright. Let's put in one small check. I could probably just do targeted zombie. But I like to include the keyword null just so I have it there. Yeah, did not work. I'm gonna even organize this just a little bit. Like so. And then, if a zombie is still alive, probably don't need the comments, but we'll put it there anyways. So we'll check for that. We check for... next zombie closest to a human. Console.err zombie lists and targeted zombie. And that should tell us what's going on with that. So I'm wanting to say this should be fine. I'm not seeing what the issue is immediately. I see right there that we have the zombie list and the targeted zombie. So targeted zombie, we have null right now. We have a comma separated list for zombie 0 and zombie 1. So we move towards the first zombie, and then we now have it targeted because that's what we choose. The zombie is dead once we kill it, right there. So now we only have one zombie left in our list, in which we now have this zombie object we haven't recycled yet because that was the prior zombie. But the zombie, since it has a different ID, it should not be having the same result. It's still true. For some reason, it is still true that the zombie is alive, even though we have killed it. Is zombie alive is set to false. So that makes me wonder. Is it not capturing the new zombie? Because actually, no, that I'm not even sure what I'm saying there. But what I'm suspecting is zombie alive is going to be true at all times. Let's see if that's the case. Because if it is, then we do have to do calculations with determining if we are less than 2,000 distance away from the targeted zombie. Why is it set to true? It is an and statement, so we do already have the targeted zombie. That's a-okay. But zombie ID equal to zombie ID. And that's... always true. No wonder. Okay, so we still lose the second person. Because if we lose all the survivors, then we're kind of screwed. Nice. That one went beautifully. Scared human. Okay, 3v3. I'm assuming 3 humans and 3 zombies. Combo opportunity. Nice, nice, and beautiful. There's 20 of these. Holy moly. Okay. Rogues to defend. So we're basically doing plants versus zombies. Oh, this is disgusting. Okay, but it works. It works out as we need it to. Rogues to defend Redux. Oh no, this is worse. This is worse. This is worse. Oh, nice save, but you're not gonna save that other human. Oh no. Okay. Well, we tried. That one, there's no way we save the humans there. So we just gotta take our losses. What is that pattern? What? Okay, we got our first issue. And the reason is we are prioritizing the distance that it will take to get to here. We're not prioritizing that because we're instead saying, okay, this is the closest zombie now that we killed these other zombies. Okay. Unavoidable deaths. Okay. Bombs to death. I'm just gonna see what other scenarios are fine with this. And while I play this, we'll see what happens to my white dice. Okay. That one's fine. Rescue mission. Okay. So we need to make it a bit smarter because if we have no human anymore, we need to recalculate the distance that the zombie is going for. This is a smart test, actually. You can make it a bit more efficient by going towards the zombie that's closest to us. That might actually be the way to play it, but there's also some issues with that. Grid. Okay. Wow, I'm surprised we're not losing anyone with this one. Flanked. Oh no. Okay, I see where this is going. Okay. Well, we tried. We tried. Right now, I'm going to leave the solution as is. And what happened here, actually? Oh, damn. We went for the wrong person and paid for it. That's where we pattern. And last but not least, devastation. Oh yeah, we lose this one. We actually win this one, surprisingly. Nope, I spoke too soon. Nope, spoke too soon again. Okay, that's a win. So we failed 1, 2, 3, 4. We failed only 4 of the test case scenarios. Which I'm just gonna leave this as is. We got 81% with a score of 40,000. So I'm gonna say that's good enough for now. We could probably go back and do it again, but for now I'm happy enough with that score. It makes me think, would it be better to kind of optimize where we're at, and if we set that they're a lost cause by determining how fast they would eat the human before we can get there, we switch to whatever other zombies there is? Maybe we can do that then. We just disregard the human and focus our attention to another zombie. Oh, I'm not wanting to play that Mars Lander optimization game. Not right now. We're gonna go back into the AI games, and I'm going to cry. We're ranked 15th. Jesus. I'm going to cry by trying to play this game. So we did this yesterday, and where we left off with the code, we were able to draw the cards, and we were able to summon the cards. One issue I have right now is I don't know how to attack with the cards because I can't get the information about the card that I have played to be able to attack. Where do we find that information? Well, there was a lot we wrote yesterday. Oh my. Let's see. From and to, which we have the attack details. Of course, we're pulling the card in which we're wanting to attack with. And we'll continuously attack, but yeah. The goal is to figure out what is in the opponent's hands, and then we can use the ID of the cards in their hands to attack them. If they have no cards, we can attack the opponent directly by using a -1 in place of, yeah, right here we have a -1. So we're keeping track of active cards, and that's what's being played. Okay. Right now, if we don't have enough mana, then we're just going to pass. Otherwise, we determine the index, instance card ID, and the max score of the card. And we're gonna find the max score that we can play. Why do we do that? Oh, because we want the best card that we summon. So this is a summoning opportunity. So this is to summon. So now we're here to attack. Okay. I'm wondering if JavaScript, if there's a way we can go to a line. Because I know you used to be able to do that with older languages. So go to line. Oh, we just write a label. Summon. Just kidding. That is a customized operation. Darn. So let strongest card ID equal -1. 4, let I equal 0, I less than active cards dot length, I plus plus. We say if active cards I dot attack, right? That's the unit we're looking at. Yes. Greater than. I'm gonna let this be strongest or max attack equal -1. There's gonna be no negative value, so this should be fine. Then we're gonna say strongest card ID is equal to active cards I dot instance ID. And max attack is equal to active cards I dot attack. Yeah, just that. Then, once we're out of that, we're going to say console.log attack. And I don't have the exact card just yet that we want to attack. But we'll say attack. And then we're going to say the strongest card ID. And then we're just going to say -1. We're going to try to attack the opponent directly. They're not going to like it, but we're going to have to input some sort of logic to then check whether or not we can attack a card. And that's where we were leaving off last time, I think. So, check opponent has active cards and attack card with low enough defense with greatest strength. So we're going to write logic to determine which card to attack in their hand, depending on if we can destroy a card of theirs, and if so, choose the strongest card of theirs. That will be the logic we do there. If they have no cards, then we attack just the opponent themselves. All right, now the part that is going to be fun. Opponent hand is a number. It shows how many cards are in the hand. Opponent actions shows what the actions of the opponent are from the prior turn. Though it's only just a number. We get the card number and action, in which we see that the action is a 16 summon 2. Why is it 16 summon 2? I want to see what this is actually. We're going to end this with the keyword action. But that tells us a lot then. Seeing you, thanks for the hydrate, my dude. Okay, so we have a number which goes for, well, let me even check. Where's the error at? 1 of 2 active cards, which is a separate instance. Then we have console the error, card number and action. We have a value. And I don't see any 4 anywhere. They have card number 4. But they have a lot of 4s. Why do they have a 4 before the number? I would do something I don't do, which is read the documentation, see if there's any further information on this. Okay, so they have creatures. Do we have any sort of creatures in here? Creatures, though, is the key word that we can utilize to search for. And then creatures are removed from play when the defense reaches 0 or less, which makes sense. So you can only have up to 6 creatures in your hand at a time. That is good to know. Okay, so you have an ID target whenever you do an ID attack, or attack on a specific card. With a creature on the board of instance ID attacker, ID target can be the no creature identifier -1. It is used to attack the opponent directly, pass to do nothing. Players may use several actions by using a semicolon. So we're just only going to focus on one action per turn for now, but maybe we'll go through this at some point. But, because if we can do that, then we can just go through every card we want and start with the strongest attacks, destroy the biggest monsters, and do other things. See possible actions section. This will sound silly, but what if we limit our input? So whenever an opponent summons a card, they just provide the ID of the card, we put it into a list, and we then try to... Well, we need to keep track of the card, because if it dies, then we can no longer attack it. Same with our cards. If one of our cards dies, then we can't do anything with it. So, card number is the identifier of a card. Now I need to consider this. What is the... Okay, we see active cards. We also have cards. Okay. I think I remember where we left off from last time. It took me a bit longer, but I think we got where we need to be. What is location actually? On the player side of the board, on the opponent side of the board. That would actually help to know. Because if this is the identifier for determining which card set these cards are in, then that just says everything right there. So I'm gonna do something a bit annoying. But this will be useful. If this is the identifier that we needed this whole time, then we're gonna have to alter the logic a bit, but we'll be able to determine what... Okay, I got zeros. I should probably identify this as location, honestly. Because now we have a -1. And that's actually... This is all I needed. This is everything I needed. Zeros represents... Six zeros represents their cards? Hold on. This is gonna be gross, but trust me on this. Trust me on this. Okay. So now we have 5 cards out. This is going to be our 5th card. We have an instance ID of 9, 1, 3, 5, and 7. So that's fine. The opponent summons a 2. So now we have 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and this is going to be number 11. The opponent's card is an instance of 2. Oh my god, this is... That's it. Yeah, that's the missing link that we did not have, that we did not get from yesterday. And that is because I didn't fucking pay attention. So if location equals 0, cards in my hand, else if location equals 1, cards on my fields, else if location equals -1. I know we can just say else here, but I want to specifically state -1 to show that it is cards on my opponent's field, to show that they are the ones controlling the card. So now I'm gonna go ahead and make those two. I'm gonna get rid of that. Excuse me. So I don't need to care about this section just yet. I'm actually gonna keep that there because I will need this eventually. But I only need to care about the attack and action details at 3. I think it's 3, right? Verify if opponent is attacking card. We'll just do that for now. Okay. We can do that. My hand cards, my active cards. Got push. And I should actually do this inside the field rather than trying to store it up here. So that means I would have to reset this every single time. And I would not want to write extra code to do that. So not push. Like so. We can get rid of cards now, if we have cards somewhere. Right there. Player mana, I do want to keep. Where's mana kept, actually? Okay, it's always ran through, so that's fine. We'll just do it like that. And then I'm gonna get rid of those 3, and I'm gonna put them right here. This is a wild version of Hearthstone, Gamby. Also, welcome in. How's it going, my dude? We are recreating the newest Hearthstone that is gonna take a game by storm. We're gonna make it, I don't know what it's gonna be, what we're gonna make it, but it's gonna be. It is gonna be. Okay. Ooh. Now I do need to determine, because we have cards here. You know what we forgot to do, actually? We need to store the 3 cards that we can pick from. And And also, just as an FYI, Gamby, this is a shit ton of madness. If I get distracted easily, that's why. But I think I can just do my hand cards for this actually. What we're doing is a website where we're playing games by coding them. Right now I'm building what we would not consider today's kind of AI, but you know how like in video games we have bots that have various AI in them. So they react based on events that occur. That's what we're doing. So this is to draw cards. Active cards need to be whatever's on the field, which would be my active cards. Which we can do that now. See if there are any cards to attack the opponent with. So we can do that. And then, if we don't have anything we can do there, we may try to summon a card from our pile, which happens to be my hand cards. Here. So I actually don't need to do this anymore because we're always recalculating the 3 different types of decks that we're gonna have. Okay. And then we have index here. Why? Instance ID. Index is equal to I, instance ID is equal to instance ID. So we actually don't need that anymore. Okay. Okay, and the reason why, so what we're doing right here, we're checking to see if we can summon a card which costs mana. And if we have enough mana to summon a card, we're going to summon a card which is the best cost of the card, aka the best score. Just as a reminder, we calculate the score based on adding a card's attack and defense, and then that sum is divided by the mana cost. So we're going to see what has the best cost efficiency in that regard for the available cards. And if we have nothing that we can do, we pass the turn. If we do have something, we call the ID of the card we want to pass up, and then we summon it. Okay. So we have our 3 scenarios here. So I actually, now that we have the opponent's information, if they attack us, we will know what's in our hand after the attack is done. So we don't have to actually look at the attack itself. We don't care about that. We could probably use it in the future if we want to plan for effects whenever cards can do extra things. But right now, don't have to worry about it. Which is nice. It's very nice. Excuse me. Okay. Whew. That means the last thing we have to do is find the card we want to attack the opponent with. Find the card we want to, yeah, we'll see if there's a card we can attack. Oh, right. We could just say, find the strongest card and try to attack it. We could also say find the highest defense on a card and attack it. We can conditionally check if there is enough health to take the card out in one swipe. There's a few ways we can go about this. So let opponent's card ID equal -1, and if opponent's, let's see, active cards dot length is greater than 0, that means we have to choose one of the cards to attack before we can attack them. If it doesn't, meaning that they don't have a card that they can attack with, we're going to say the default value of -1, which is the opponent themselves, will be what's attacked. So now we have the attack there. We have the active card's length. And what do we do with this? Well, we're going to go through a loop. Like equals 0, I less than the opponent. Actually, we'll make this simple. For card in opponent's active cards, const card, we still have the max attack stat. So we're going to see if card.defense is less than or equal to max attack. Okay. I think I know how I want to do this. Let max opponent attack equal -1. Let max opponent's defense equal -1. And then we're looking for a defense right here, which we no longer need the my health change. It should be just defense as is. So we have these three. Like so. Opponent's active cards is an any type in which we but we parse it as an int for each of these values. So this should be instead a number like we bring here. So const card in should be that's why. Never mind. I figured out the issue. Let max OP attack ID equal -1. Let max OP defense ID equal -1. So if card.defense is less than or equal to max attack, then we're going to say max OP attack ID equal card.instance ID. And then we're going to say max OP attack is equal to card.attack. Okay. So that would be an independent feature that we check for. If the card dot, and I'm going to say attack actually, the card's defense is less than or equal to max attack, so I don't even need to do this. Instead, we're going to say max opponent attack value. And instead, we're going to say it is greater than. So we could do that. This could be a bit more fine-tuned because maybe we want to check for the highest defense between the two if they share the same attack. So we'll have an or statement, or card.attack greater than or equal to max opponent attack, and card.defense equal to, oh, this is gonna be long, at I'm gonna put this on the next line. So that's gonna be at the max opponent attack ID dot defense. So for that's gonna be greater than, then we switch that out, and we can do that. Now we see if the card dot defense is the optimal one here. So if we have something that is low enough on defense, we're gonna get rid of it. So if card dot defense is less than max attack, meaning that we can kill it with just one hit, we're going to say max opponent's defense ID equals card dot instance ID. Max opponent defense is equal to card dot defense. So that should take care of that. And then I need to have one more checking here. Card dot defense is greater than this is going to be conditional, similar to how we do the attack. Either the card dot defense is greater than the max opponent defense, or card dot defense is the same as the max opponent defense, and I don't know why I put the and there, and we then say card dot attack is greater than the max opponent attack. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to instead say opponent's active cards at max opponent defense ID dot attack. And that should give us the information we need to make a decision between the two cards. Choose the one that's more value on their side, so that way they're left with weaker items or weaker opponents. Okay, so we do those two, and then if opponent card ID equal max opponent attack or defense ID equal to -1, we're going to choose it. If it is, sorry, not equal to -1, we're going to choose the defense card. If it is equal to -1, meaning that there is nothing that we can attack immediately, we're going to attack the card with the highest attack instead. So max OP attack ID. So then we'll be able to attack either the strongest card, or using our strongest card, we're going to be able to attack the opponent's weakest card. Now, because we can make multiple attacks in a row, I'm not going to worry about it just yet, but we need to plan for this, because if we use this approach to be able to attack a card, then that means we can trail down our weakest cards, we can order them in a certain way, and perform various actions based on the card we're using. That will have a lot more complicated logic, so I think I'm happy with just this. One action at a time, and leave it at that. We have 177 turns, so I'm scared. I'm excited but scared to see what happens, because I think we usually just get to 110. Okay, let's see. We have our 30 cards that we've drawn. I'm going to summon a card, and then I'm going to attack them directly because they don't have a card. I'm going to attack them. We both die. Okay. I have a card. We're both going to die because they attack back. Okay, we both die on that. We just both keep on dying. What the heck? Okay, that time I can attack back. Nice. That is a powerful card. Ow. Okay, that time it dies. Okay. It looks like we might have to refine the logic just a little bit to perform multiple things in the same turn. Okay. This is so amazing though, because now we can actually play the game. We're finally playing the game. We're doing everything we can. I'm so excited. We stopped at turn 177. Why is that? Oh, because I ran out of health? Okay. I just ran out of health. We'll take that. So, I think what we have now is we're losing based on what cards we're choosing. And we need to ensure that we have the best cards at some point. For now, I'm okay with just choosing best point value, but maybe I should just randomly choose the strongest card. Maybe that might be the strategy. But, right now, I need to be able to do multiple actions in the same turn. And to do that, we use semicolons to separate what we are doing. And then how do we want to do that? We're gonna take a bit of logic to try to summon a card if we are able to. So I'm instead going to say else right here. And then try to summon a card if we're able to. We might be able to summon multiple cards, but for now, I just want to summon a single card at a time. Maybe we might be restricted to just summoning one card at a time. Let's see. Okay. One additional card from their deck. Okay. That's understandable. We can spend as much mana as we want per turn, as long as we have enough mana. Okay. So we might be able to summon multiple cards. And how are we going to do this? While, and I'm gonna name this loop summon loop. While player mana is greater than 0. So we're going to do that. And I'm going to start by saying we have a let commands equal an array. We'll format the array later, but for now we're just going to say let commands have array. We're first going to try to summon a loop. If we can summon something, we're going to commands.push. This. We're going to get rid of the card from my hand cards, just so we don't have the reference to it anymore, in case we want to choose another card. Dot. Well, this is actually here, but let's see. I need to be able to remove an item, which I'm trying to remember this. I think it's a filter on one. But welcome in XB1 God9128. I don't know if you have a preferred nickname, but I might call you XB1 or something. Do I spend a lot of time on CodinGame? This is actually my second day using it. I tried it for the first time yesterday, and I'm playing through it now. So I'm still fairly new to it. How about you? Do you like playing on the website? I want to say it's going to be slice or splice, and I never remember off the top of my head which one is which. So I'm going to find the index. I'm going to find the index of the card. And we do have the instance ID of the card. But the instance ID doesn't tell me what the ID of the array index is. But thanks for the follow, by the way, XP1. You just started to have played so much of Code Clash, it's fun competing against other programmers to complete a puzzle. Right? It's so fun. I feel like I'm very slow at it, but it's really, I find it really amazing to see how different programmers can come up with like very unique solutions and very efficient solutions. There's someone I was chatting with yesterday. They had like one-liners, very simple Ruby code, or I'm trying to remember another one we saw earlier. It's just with an S. I forgot the name of. They had one-liners just to print a certain amount of characters. I was like, dang, I didn't know you could do that. It was insane. What languages do you like to use, by the way? Do you have any preferred, or are you a wild card? Okay, I'm gonna find the index of the. Oops. We're gonna find the card, and then we're gonna find the index of that card in the my hands card. And then we're going to splice the card at the index. So I'm gonna let index equal that. I am fat fingering now. There we go. We just need to figure out how to find the index, which we're gonna use the instance ID as an identifier for that. You mostly program in Lua, C#, and Python. Okay. You've used Rust and a few others, but not as experienced with them. You're a brave soul for even going into Rust. I will say that. I will say that straightforward. Lua, though. The only thing I've seen people use Lua is either, was it Roblox that uses a lot of Lua? Or I have seen Binding of Isaac mods use Lua. So I'm assuming like kind of like game development, but what kind of things do you use Lua for? Because myself, I write I prefer JavaScript and TypeScript. I also write in C#, though I'm a little bit rustier with C#, even though I shouldn't be. But I just don't practice it that much. I have learned Python from the past year, and I've touched a few languages here and there, although I am not anywhere near comfortable with them, such as C++ and Golang I've played with a few times, but nowhere near professional. But Rust is a pretty interesting one because it's comparative to C, in my opinion, but apparently people like Rust a bit more. Lua is mostly game development, but there are ways to implement Lua into web page development. Really? You're saying it's kind of fidgety, though. Is it kind of like some... Would you describe it kind of like how you use Flask in Python? I always forget if it's Flask or Django. And I have used it a few times before. And I feel embarrassed. And yes, I am Googling this right now. Because I want to know. Never mind, both of them. Sort of similar in some ways. Okay. Now I'm just curious. Which one is the lesser of two evils? But to think that you can use Lua for web development, that sounds a little scary. But then again, now that I think about it, you can use CS HTML for web development using Razor and Blazor. Yeah, C# for web development doesn't sound fun either. There's so many ways to program for a website. Oh god. Now I want to see what Lua... I've never seen Lua code before either, so I kind of want to see what that looks like now. Have you played any of the AI games, by the way? Or have you just focused on the Clash of Clans for right now? While you answer that, I am going to go through this real quick, so if I don't respond immediately, I'm just switching back and forth. But, okay, just to go back to the while loop. Instead of passing right here, I need to break the summon loop. Right there. And we can do that. Hopefully this makes it a little bit easier to follow along, as we don't have any mana to play anything. We don't want to be in an indefinite loop. So as long as we don't have an instance ID that we choose, aka we default it to -1, then we show that we have not chosen a card, meaning that we don't have enough mana to choose a card. So, and this will happen whenever we start, because we'll start with 0 mana. So we have that as our instance, and then index equal my hand card.index of, we have the instance ID of the card that we want to remove from that deck. So we need to find which card matches the index. And I want to avoid using a more complex method of doing so. I probably can't though. So I'm gonna say const card equal oh no, I can just do a one-liner actually. Let's see, it's gonna be from my hand cards dot first find index. No, I'm just gonna find x where x dot instance ID equals instance ID. I might have to change this to where we use an unique identifier for the card itself, rather, because there seems to be multiple cards with the same instance ID. So I'm not sure if that's going to be an issue here or not, but we'll test it out. You recently made an application to test web URLs to check if they are AI generated. I have tried AI games, they're fun. I love the way they have been built. How do you define an AI generated URL? Are you talking about, what kind of AI are you talking about? Are you talking about when they're kind of like shorthand generated from an application, or are you talking about a machine or a learning machine, or what are they called, an LLM? Type of AI. So I feel like the condensed one. You mean a HTML CSS code? I still have more questions then. Yeah, I'm talking about HTML. Okay, so you're saying if the website URL is simplified to a shorter URL, then that is made by some sort of application, and that's what you're checking? Or Because now I'm trying to think, how does an AI create a URL that's distinct from a human creating an AI? If we're talking about a model doing it, ooh, hello, fan, then I can't tell if there's going to be a difference between the two. That's interesting, though. That is an interesting... Oh! AI HTML/CSS code. So you determine if AI has written the HTML and CSS? I'm gonna look over stuff at times, so please be patient with me. Okay. I'm gonna create an attack loop next, and we're going to do a similar pattern in which we attack. And I need to command.push. Okay, we already did that. Going to keep that there. Make a let remaining hand cards equal. Actually, I don't even need to make this loop because we can just say my active cards are here. And then while length is greater than 0. And then we do this. That makes sense. Right now it makes sense. It scans the base web page code to check. Oh, is that that makes me curious then. Like, first of all, does it detect like a certain file asset? I know you can use robots.txt on web pages to determine whether or not they are allowed to be taken and utilized by an AI. So is there a similar method that you take the HTML and CSS code? Or what signs do you look for to determine if something has been AI generated? And I guess to add on to that, how accurate is the application in determining whether or not something is AI generated? Because I know, let's say for example, pictures can be tested for AI generation. And I still have no idea how people do that. I feel like that's really, really difficult to detect, especially with how art is getting closer and closer. Like, you can still distinguish between certain art pieces, but some art is getting harder to tell whether or not AI has generated it. And I feel like I've talked about that on stream before, but the premise of metadata might help determine that, but kind of going on a tangent with that. But with a web page, now I've got many questions. Because I guess another way to ask is, how do you determine if a written response is AI generated or not? And I guess it kind of falls on that line too. Okay. Anyways, I have an attack right here, and oh, this is going to be a little more complex because now we have to keep track of the opponent's cards as well. If we are able to kill a card, then okay. I need to think about this a little bit. It's around 70% accurate. That's still a very high accuracy. 70% is very impressive. mostly just test line of codes compared to most used code lines with HTML and CSS, as AI is using extremely basic HTML and CSS code. Okay. I feel like one thing, it depends on the model used, because I have worked with AI myself, for work specifically, but I don't like to use AI for pleasure. I don't care to use it. But one thing I do see, it depends on the model, but sometimes the way that AI generates, especially CSS, it can organize everything into certain components, and it has the opportunity to make things, well, quite responsive to the screen size. Does it have, I'm just asking more questions, tell me to stop if you want me to, but does it have a way to determine kind of like faults in how it tries to implement the generated code? And I do like the idea that, especially if the websites that are produced are uploaded by a human or made for the intent of a human, then it's calling out things that are using AI code. Though, this is not directed towards the question, but now it makes me think, what if someone uses some AI code in their own HTML CSS file or files, and they specify other code which is their own written code? Or what if there's common ways to approach a problem which utilizes AI to help them? I guess to summarize that, I kind of think about, what if there's a fusion between the two? How is that detected? If you are very informative, the CSS and HTML code can be good code, but free models are being used a lot by people to build web pages. Okay. I feel like despite me being comfortable enough to create web pages, I still feel like there's not enough I can do sometimes. As long as the web page has AI generated code, even with an infusion, it can be detected. Interesting. Because the most I will use, because Google has the automated Gemini AI, anytime you, unless you change your search engine to not utilize it, I'll reference that. That'll be the closest thing I will use the AI for personal code, in which I will take a certain keyword that they use, or maybe just a one line they utilize. And if that can be detected, that's actually pretty interesting. Just the one line, or maybe a series of lines which are very rare, but used as reference because prior attempts to utilize to build the code have been fruitful prior. I'll stop there, but I just find it very interesting because if trying to think, if I can. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I just think it's very interesting that you can even detect it in the first place. People program the craziest things, which just seem almost impossible. When you started your programming journey, I would try to take some lines of code from places and lines such as Stack Overflow. Oh, I still do that. I've been coding since I had a few years in the industry as a web developer. And my motto is, if you don't Google at least one thing a day, you're not doing your job properly. And I say that jokingly, but I feel like it's not too uncommon to code things. Maybe some people don't need to do that, and they just have everything down that they need to, but that's also for libraries or anything that you import from a third party that you can check their documentation. But no, that's understandable though. And kind of like these days, I have to take the AI as today's Stack Overflow and Google because of how Google shares its results. It feels like it's a lot worse than what it used to be. But yeah, they're basically comparative, I would say. But yeah, Stack Overflow saved my ass so many times. And I saved my ass so many times. Started using the journal to note some extensive cool lines of code you found. Ooh. Let me see if I can find a website. I got, speaking of lines of code, I got introduced to a website yesterday. And I need to change that website. May have potentially seen this, but I just think it's really cool. But I should have said flashbang warning. This is like a library. This is how it's been described is a website which extracts information from other websites and then gathers it into a document. But you can go through the sources, and this is called devdocs.io for anyone that hasn't seen it out there. But you can go through sources and look up various syntax for given languages. I think that's pretty cool. So that way, if I try to sound smart and then I'm saying something wrong, you can fact check me and be like, haha, Unscaler's an idiot. I do feel like an idiot sometimes, though. You love it? Oh, you have seen it before. Nice. I only just saw it the first time yesterday. Otherwise, the only source I would have had is compatibility with CSS between different browsers, which I think is still pretty awesome. It's great for new programmers who are experienced. I was about to say, if you would have just started with new programmers, I would have said something and be like, get the fuck out of it. Nah, I'm just kidding. But for any person of any experience, that's a great document. Though it can be intimidating, I would say for newer programmers, especially those just starting into the whole thing, depending on their comfortability with reading documentation, I feel like that can be a bit intimidating. But the one thing I feel weird about these days, and this is just kind of a slight tangent, this will be my last point in this whole thing, but AI is being used to teach people how to code. Oh yeah, for sure. And I still feel overwhelmed to this day, but that's just because of my tiny pea brain. I feel that it's scary that there are people trying to learn through AI, which is not a reliable source. I know that, especially for self-study, you're not always going to find everything on your own, and there will be times where you lead yourself to believe something that is eventually not going to be true. Nice little rabbit holes which kind of fuck you over. But AI, given its accuracy, especially depending on the type of prompts you utilize and how long of a conversation you have, feels very unreliable. Scary to me that it is utilized as a teaching tool just because the essentials for your first language should not be controlled or overviewed by some sort of computer. I mean, you can have websites and do that, but not the actual brain of the whole operation. Quote unquote thoughts by an AI, aka hallucinated in some manner or form. I feel like it's a weird world, man. Because I got the opportunity to learn my first language of Java in college. And when I had my first job, I learned C#, I learned Angular with TypeScript, integrating HTML and CSS. I learned Razor, integrating CS and HTML, CSHTML files, and SQL. We'll kind of like query language in there. And that was in a class as well. It's kind of like a class setting, so I felt very lucky on that. But when I had to learn my first language, I don't know why I called React language. When I had to learn my first library of React, I had to do that on my own and then learn it on the job. But you have that background experience by that point when you're trying to learn something else to then integrate what you should learn or know for a different language. Of course, it will be dynamic because there'll be things unique to a specific language. For example, learning C# versus learning C or C++, garbage collection in .NET you don't have to worry about. it's C#, but C++ and C, especially C and Rust. We'll use Rust as another example. Yeah, you are worrying about that. So it's a different ballpark. The way AI codes, I just couldn't try to allow it to teach me how to code. I feel like I'm gonna play devil's advocate, and I feel like I'm gonna set a bad example doing that, but there are certain ways in which I do like how AI teaches, because it does literally define the name of specific items. It uses good practice in some models to utilize readable code, but scalable code is a very big flaw with AI as well. Though you're not going to really be worrying about that as a new learner, but it's kind of like order of learning as well. It's like, why do you learn this? Why do you do this with code? What is the purpose of, let's say, for example, using loops? AI can teach you information, sure. It can present information for you, but what value do you really get out of that? You can practice all you want, or you can have AI write it for you. And by that point, are you really coding? Are you really thinking for yourself? But yeah. There are some good things that are done by AI, I hate to admit, but most of it is not worth it. It's not worth the full effort. Alright, let's go back to an AI we can approve of. That segue is fun. But for the card game we're doing, small recap, because I need to remind myself where we're at. We're able to play the game now, and we did play the game, but it seems like we only have one attack or one action per turn, which is kind of screwing us over because of the way we choose the cards. So I might have to change how we choose cards later on, but we are at least able to play the game. So right now, what we're trying to do is allow multiple commands to be ran to play the game. And that's what we're rearranging this code for. We've rearranged the summon so we can summon more than one card as long as we have enough mana to do so. I don't know if it'll be detrimental if we do only, or if we always try to minimize our mana to 0, but we're at least keeping it there as an option to get as many cards into the field that we can. Now, we need to do the same thing with the attack loop, which one issue with this is we do have the opponent's cards. We can see what's in their active playing field. We now have to keep track of the opponent's cards' health, aka their defense, and see if we can get rid of them, because we want to use multiple cards at the same time that are on the field on our side, if we can. We're always going to try to attack cards that we can destroy, and if we can't do that, we're just going to attack cards that we can at least damage. So we needed first I can't even think of the words right now. I need to make sure that we keep track of the cards that we can attack, so that way we don't try to attack a card that is no longer there. And also welcome in Sydney the Great 28. I like how that rhymes, by the way. And also thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. I just ramble a shit ton, so I don't know if that's good or bad necessarily. It's what you get though by being here. But yeah, welcome on in. How's it going? For anyone new, I'm very spaghetti brained, so I'll jump into something, go on a full tangent, and I'll jump back to other things we do. So you've been warned. Okay, so keeping track of the opponent's cards. We have the opponent card idea that we're going to focus, and we have the attack of what card we're using. So I need to get rid of the active card we use. And we're going to do a similar approach to what we did earlier. Right here. So we're going to go strongest card ID. And then we're going to get the index of that card. And then we're gonna splice it from my active cards, so that way we can't use it more than once. We're gonna throw an error, and then we lose more possible attacks. Or even just to attack the first time. So we're gonna do that there. And then I'm just gonna let... I can't let card, can I? Yeah, I can. But we already have a card. I'm gonna rename it to opponent card. I know, it looks very, very beautiful. Why not the screen like this? Fun fact, I hide the URL from the stream because there's things I just want to make the... I just want the browser to look a little bit prettier. So, I don't have the browser as large as it can be, which might explain why this is now into play. So, sorry about that, for people that like to see things clearly. Okay. Tangent over. We now have the opponent card that we're focusing on. I'm gonna make this a lot easier, actually. Let max opponent attack card equal null. This is just a lazy way of doing it. Max opponent attack card equal op card. And then we're just gonna do the same thing with defense. Like so. And then what we're going to do with that is do a second ternary operation or some sort of conditional check. Determine what card we use, or maybe I'll even just do it like this. If this might be easier instead of doing two ternaries, which gets a little messy. So if the max op defense ID is not equal to 1, meaning a -1, which means that we do have an ID somewhere, we're going to set the opponent card ID equal to max op defense ID. And then we're going to then say the card we want to use, or get rid of rather, in the opponent's cards. Where's that? Active cards. Splice by splicing. I'm like so in it that I don't even know what the fuck's going on. Splice? Did I splice to just one index? I think it does it automatically with JavaScript. Oh well, only one way to find out. Okay, and then we just copy this over. Get rid of that. And then we do... these changes, because I forgot. And then I need changes to the attack. And there we go. I like this a lot better than having to try to extract the card one more time, which actually might be a little bit simpler, because it's only going to be 2 lines of code. But then we have to also do ternaries for these, which... I'm just going to keep it like this. This is good enough. And then... we're going to add to the commands array this attack sequence. Now we've gone through the while loops. We can write out our command line. For let I equal 0, I less than, what do we have? That reminded me, JavaScript should have a way that you can put everything together and use a, I'm not even gonna finish my thought because I can't. JavaScript has a way that you can define a separator and then join on that separator. So if commands.length greater than 0 dot join commands. I'm gonna leave that there. We'll fix it here in a sec. Else console.log on both of these. A pass to the term. Or what is the, yeah, it's just pass. I'm like changing what I'm clicking on all over the place, and it's just like, there we go. So I thought that JavaScript had a way that we can utilize the join in that manner. I guess this is not it. The join function. Ah, it's because I wrote it incorrectly. Commands.join like that. That should do it. And I do want to test real quick. One of my favorite websites is Programit. Const r equals test 2, test 3, and then console.log r.join with a semicolon. Okay, that's what I want. It puts everything in between for us. I've been writing that manually this whole time. So, all right, that's everything. Let's test it. We had 177 lines of code. So I'm assuming there's a certain amount of turns that can pass. We have 186, so we're pretty much still there, which is good. So I'm gonna start here. We're gonna summon a card. I'm gonna try to summon a card. I'm gonna attack with that card. They're just only gonna do that. I'm gonna attack with that card. I only attack once, which is interesting. Okay, now I have 2 cards to use. Okay, so they're gonna attack that card. I'm gonna still attack them while I can. And okay, beautiful. I do like that I keep on attacking them though. Oh no. Okay, that take care of itself. I'm just hitting 1 hit on every single attack. Oh shit, I forgot to calculate the opponent's card. I think that's being, yeah, action is not legal. Okay, just kidding. We have one more thing left to do. That's fine. This is still turning out great for what I want. And I didn't realize we had to limit how many cards we have on the field, because we can only have 6 cards on the field at a time. Okay, that's actually not too bad to switch. So if player mana equals 0 or greater than 0 and my hands cards length My active cards, that link, sorry. Is someone else streaming? I'm actually excited because I don't want to be the only streamer. I'm gonna let summon count equal 0 plus summon count is less than or equal to or less than 6. Summon count plus plus, and that will restrict our amount of cards on the field to 6 at a time. Me and a French guy? That is worlds of possibilities right there. Though, I wonder if they're bilingual or if they have any other languages, if they can speak English, for example. But that's good. That's actually a great thing. Also, we win! Nice. Sorry, I'm just gonna check out this guy real quick. Ooh! Oh! This is Zombie. This is, he was in my chat earlier. So he's streaming right now. Nice. I wonder if he's, because they mentioned noon, which is an hour ahead of me. I wonder if they're French Canadian. But awesome. And right as I say that, there's no longer a stream. Damn. I love that. I love that. I find it very interesting that the website is set up to where if anyone does stream, you can put a certain keyword in your title, and then you can show the world what you're streaming with it. Which, of course, take it in good faith what you're doing. I find that to be pretty cool. Oh shit, I forgot to mention you also have to define the category of the stream to be... It's one of 2 categories. I can't remember the second one, but the one I'm using, you can set that up with. Right? Because they just go through all the different Twitch streamers and they just filter out what matches what they're streaming or what they post. It's so fucking cool. Anyways, we fixed the first issue. Now we need to fix the second issue in determining what is happening with the opponent's card. With this, we're just only splicing the card rather than looking at the attributes of the card itself. I think I'm gonna let card, and then we'll select card here. Card equal max OP defense card. And then here, card equal max OP attack card. And then we will check the card. If card dot defense minus max attack is greater than 0, else. So in this case, if we have the defense of the card lowered but still alive, that meaning that there's at least 1 hit point on the card that we attacked, we're just only going to lower the defense locally. Which this is only for our use, it doesn't get stored anywhere else. But we'll use that to track, and then we can potentially attack the same card, or maybe a different card. Otherwise, we find the index of the card that we attack, and then we splice it. That should be a lot better in how we approach it, because now we can perform multiple attacks So we'll see how it goes. If this works, then it goes to 101. That scares me. If this works, then we have our bot ready. We play. We try to go to bronze. Okay. So let's see. Summon, attack. They attack us. I summon. I can attack them freely. So now I can attack with... I thought I could attack with 2 characters. Okay. There we go. We attacked the card twice because it is not dead yet. Okay, now we have 2 cards free to play. We summoned 3 times there. Jesus. Okay. Beautiful. Nice. This is efficient. This is what I'm looking for right here. Now we have 4 cards to attack with. Wow. Wow. Do I even use attack loop? No. So I'll get rid of the attack loop. We're good. We're ready to battle. Though it's going to take a long while to watch them draw, so I don't think we'll be watching through it all, but... This guy just saying, don't hug me, I'm scared. Okay, they couldn't do anything. So we get the automatic one. It seems like that's going to be a few of these, but we'll see how this goes. Okay, we attack them off the bat. They only draw, so we attack with our free card. I'm noticing that we're only attacking with 1 card, though. And that's something I want to touch on because it should be... We should be attacking with multiple cards. Or are we only allowed to attack with 1 card against the direct opponent? That's something I want to check out now because it's strange. It feels strange that we only get 1 attack off. It's not going to matter now because this is the entry level, but eventually that's definitely going to come into play. I can't even look through my code right now because we're stuck on the screen waiting for the battle to finalize. Oh, I should feel more excited than this, but my mind is just thought on the attack right now, or maybe it's just exhaustion. I don't know, the mental exhaustion that comes through with it. It's like, wow, we did it. I think it helps to know that I have not taken a break this whole time. And that might attribute to it a little bit. Just a little bit. Also, this doesn't sound very weird, but I'm restarting the music. Anyways, that is so fucking cool. We have 1. Let's see. So, while my active card's length is greater than 0, we're seeing where we can attack the opponent card. If opponent card is -1, meaning that there is no opponent card left in to fight against, then we're going to just utilize the opponent as the direct attack force. But What do we lose from this? We have to remove my active card from the listing, which we do right here. Opponent card ID is -1. And as long as there's something there. So we already do splice it, so that should be fine, actually. Okay. Alright. I say for now, that should be fine. But creatures now have special abilities. Let's see. So this is where... Oh, Jesus. Now this is where we try to go for the for the abilities. I'm tempted to try to against the player we're trying to go against, but I feel like it might have a little bit of a challenge. Because I don't know what these abilities do. Thank you, by the way, for the Mario. I still have not gotten rid of it because it has no context to what we're doing right now. I use that whenever we did a Mario stream. And I never removed it. Okay, I see there's nice little attributes on these cards. I kind of want to see what's going on. Deal 1 damage to your opponent. On the summoner? Oh, that's why they get the summoner. But we also have 5 cards. We have 5 little drops we trial from. I'm sorry, my Mario's not good today. Woohoo! It did not call for a wahoo, but we do it. Okay, we're trying to attack the cards, but we're also getting attacked against. We actually lost? What did we lose? Cannot read the properties of undefined. What kind of undefined? Card index equals I. My Mario is the perfectio. Why, thank you. It feels so bad every time I do this. Go to tell Bowser or the Peach. It's me. I'm Skader. How do you even say my name in Italian? I don't know. But what I do know is we do have another issue that we need to find against her. And the issue is on the line 126. Why did I think it was a 63? Reading attack is undefined. Why is it undefined? Oh well, we'll keep it at... Excuse me. We'll keep it as... this for an hour, and then we'll come back to it another time. But now, I'm very happy with where we got to. Though we're only a Waterloo to a league. Maybe we might be able to play this a little bit more. But another thing we have to try to get to is the attribute of the abilities, in which we try to figure out what's going on with these cards and break it through in the card. What are those abilities? Let's see. If we try to go down the list, it might. There we go. We have 3 different abilities. Breakthrough. Creatures with the breakthrough can deal extra damage to the opponents when they attack enemy creatures. If their attack damage is greater than the defending creature's defense, the assessed damage is dealt to the opponent. So this one actually opponent pushes to the opponent rather than the only the card itself. That's actually very broken. Charge. Also, thank you very much for the Mario. It always makes me feel like a racist doing that kind of shit, but I can't fucking do a Mario perfectly. We kind of have it. I have not played Mario RPG again, and I still have no idea why I haven't gotten rid of that. Of the fucking redeem. Shout out to Xenia for making me make that redeem, I think it was Xenia. Xenia or Tap. So charge. Creatures with charge can attack the turn they are summoned. Now that's interesting. They can attack the same turn they are summoned. Okay. Enemy creatures must attack creatures with guard first. Interesting. So now we have to check whether the opponent's hand contains any guard. We have to check if a card has a charge on it. And then breakthrough, I'm not going to do anything with breakthrough. We could do something with breakthrough in which we target cards which are purposely lower in health. Which we already do that anyways, but we can make it a special scenario for that card. Okay. Wow. I first would like to know why the attack property OPP card is in the opponent's active cards. I want to know why the attack property was not able to be determined. So let's see. Console.air, OP card, and opponent's active cards. If I can spell this, what are you not happy about? Oh, because I'm putting it into an if statement. Okay. Understandable. Understandable. Alright, so let's see if something else different happens. I'm wanting to see what the error is, so hopefully we will get another error in this. Okay. And it looks like we will get an error. Beautiful. So we have the first object. I'm gonna make this a little bit easier to read. But it looks like that we have the first object, and then we have an array instance. We have the first object, and we have an array instance. First object, and an array instance. And nothing really looks off with that. So we're still on line 127. We're trying to read this conditional statement. And I'm glad that it specifies the second portion of the conditional statement. Which means we may have not gotten to this point as of yet, which is interesting. Max OP defense ID, opponent's active cards, which I'll go ahead and use into networks just in case. Max OPP, attack ID and defense ID. Make sure this matches, which it does. OPP card dot attack is spelled correctly, so that should be fine. So what is it that is happening? Okay. So we have OPP card dot attack. This is the OPP card. The attack is listed as a 6. Then we have these series of 2 cards, which then tells me that the max OPP defense ID is out of range. It has to be that. So let's see. Sorry. I don't know if it's disgusting to show myself scratching my ear like that. I fingered my ear hole. Let's see. Also, let's go for... I'm going to put it on the line before, because that's where it's exactly happening. Max OPP defense ID. And this will tell us exactly what we're trying to look for. Okay. Why are we targeting 4? When do we target 4? This is very interesting. The fact that we call the fourth index. How do we set the fourth index? What changes max OPP defense ID? Okay. I see now. I see what the issue is. We're calling the instance ID, which is not the index ID. Why this matters is the instance ID can be anywhere from 1 to 160. I don't know if it has 0 in it, but it can go up to 160. There's definitely not going to be 160 cards on the field. So the way that we call this and this will contribute to that. So let's see. We have up card, and then we look for the current active card defense value. Which honestly, I don't even have to do this anymore, because we can just do max OPP. What was that? Okay, we're going for attack. Max OPP attack card dot defense, and then we can do the same thing with the defense card. So thankfully, this has already been solved by something else we did earlier. But that is interesting that we would run into that scenario. One thing I'm going to specify as well is, when I was thinking about this as well, we need to determine what card we want to pull out. So if they have 1 to 3 categories, I want to try to maybe utilize those cards. And to do so, I'm going to have to assign some sort of priority to those cards by maybe adding to the score system, the attack plus defense divided by that sum divided by the mana cost. Okay, good start so far. Kind of a slow start. They're just straight. They're just going straight for me though. Do I have any attacks? Yeah, I have illegal attacks. That explains why. That's interesting. And I think I'm gonna leave it at that because we did fix the other error, so now we have no error stopping the game from playing. But I don't like that we now have illegal attacks. These are resetting every time we go through the loop, so that should not be an issue. But I do see we are trying to attack 4, which is not a legal action. Unless for some reason I have the 2 IDs mixed up by accident. Okay. No, this is correct. This should be correct. So this is their instance of ID 4, and they attack. Oh, you know what it is? I can't even hover over this card right now. But I think this card has a guard on it. And if it has a guard, yeah, it has a G, then we're not able to focus on the other cards. Therefore, we are not able to make the attacks. Okay. So we need to update the logic to handle attacking the opponent's card. To do, check for guards to focus attacks on first. Because if there's more than one guard, which I'm gonna write that down, could be more than one guard. If there's more than one guard, then we'll want to prioritize the guards first. And then if we don't have to worry about the guard, then we are golden. Okay, I'm gonna let that run in the background. I'm gonna lose because I don't have enough to fight back against the opponent just yet. But I feel that we're at a good stopping point because we made it past the first league, and I think that's amazing. No, we'll go ahead and watch this once more, and then I think today I'm going to raid out because I actually don't raid out. I don't have people that I find on my list that I can raid unless they're people I raid often. I don't like raiding the same people multiple times without purpose. Look at that 12 we have. We did last 130 iterations at least. That's pretty cool. But yeah, next step, guard, and then we have the other two. We have charge and breakthrough, but I'll have to think about how I want to integrate those, because I think I'm going to. Oh, look where those guys go. I'm going to definitely focus on the guard, and then wow, we actually win. I could actually fight with this. I'm on the same league and ranked 24th to 25th right now. Just hit first. Yeah, that's fair, actually. You know what? We'll go ahead and test it. And while this is testing, I'm going to go to where we're going to raid next. Which I'm keeping in the same realm of thanks for the follow, by the way. Not sure who followed, but on the website. Oh, French English. Okay, cool. They do speak English because they can. They were chatting earlier. Gotta get those follows. Oh, that was you. Thank you. Thank you. I need to follow people back because I want to see how they code. Oh shit! I didn't test an arena. No, I meant to test an arena. I want to see how we do given the. I'm assuming this is you, because that's who I saw on the list. But I just want to see how we do against the current lineup. Which surprisingly, that is a lot of wins so far. I feel like this is going to be a mistake because we have yet to code anything for what we need to. That is you? Nice. I can't keep track, especially when names are different between platforms. It's like, who dis? Okay, so far so good. Again, I still need to rethink how I want to pick cards, but I feel like that'll be a later thing. We'll just handle dealing with cards and not having any errors. I'm thankful that this game doesn't penalize you for producing illegal moves. Maybe that might be a later thing, maybe not, but for now, we just tell, or we can, oh, you just beat me. We just tell it that we want to perform certain moves and we're good to go. Since you're here, we'll watch this game together. Let's see how you beat me. I'm actually not gonna be able to tell how he beat me. I just want to see what happens. Okay. And you're saying attack first is your strategy. Okay. Nice. Got a couple of guards on my side. But they're looking mighty alright. Beautiful, beautiful. Aha! I've gotten a hit on you. Oh wait, no, we're on the opposite sides. You got a hit on me. Fuck. Oh, fuck. No! I did get 2 points on you, so I'll take that as a win. It's a good enough. Hopefully this means I stay within this realm, or within this rank, so that way I can actually change things I need to change. That's what I'm hoping for. But we'll have to see what happens, of course. Yeah, we'll watch this battle. Did I win because their code produced an error? Oh. Something happened. Interesting. You beat me twice in a row, my dude. Nice. Okay. I feel honored to be second place right now. I feel like I should be lower on this list, but I will definitely take it. Because we lost, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times? Maybe a 9th, depending on how this one goes. And that itself is pretty impressive. So we have an 80% win rate right now. But yeah. Couldn't surpass number 1. So therefore I didn't get to play against the bot. We'll get there though. We'll get there. But yeah, again, wow. We got pretty good progress today. What I thought was impossible yesterday turned out to be me being punished for not reading the documentation properly. And yeah, getting this far. I think it's pretty cool. All right, let's switch to this screen. All right. I am thinking things through right now. And I'm kind of debating whether or not I actually want to raid this person. I probably will anyways. But I do feel, especially for like smaller streamers, whenever they have a requirement to chat in their chat, this one has a followers requirement. So I'm like, I want to support people, but I don't like doing that kind of support. It's like, I'll grit my teeth this time. We'll go ahead and just in case you want to watch more coding. We're gonna raid. Their name is ZombieStream969. They were in my chat earlier, and they're working on a C# coding algorithm. It looks like they're also doing AI battling, which looks to be a. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like they're working with models to, or sorry, they're working with a bot to implement a pathfinding algorithm for a most efficient. You'll see it. You'll see it when you get in there. Anyways, for those that speak French or want to hear what French sounds like, this is your lucky day. I don't know why I said that. Those that know me, I love languages, and I'm always fascinated because I can only speak English. I tried a couple languages, French being one of them, and didn't get too far. I'm gonna shut up now. There's the raid. I don't have any cool raid messages or anything. Just thanks for swapping on by today, and I don't know when I'll stream next because I do work tomorrow. So I'll see if my brain's alive enough. But yeah, whenever I stream next, I'll see you guys then. What we stream, I don't know yet, but we'll see you then. I can't shut up today, but that's okay. For now, I'll say goodbye.